Today, Filipinos are electing a new set of public officials to lead the country.
Let's check out what the presidential race looks like. As we all know, we have Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. with a quite the lead of over 30 million votes now, followed by Vice President Leni Robredo, far behind at 14,370,000 votes.
Marami nang nagsasabi na tapos na, pero hindi pa talaga. Kaya antayin natin hanggang talagang maliwanag, mag 100% ng pagbilang. Hanggat tayo ay mag-celebrate o mag-isip na tapos na. Ngunit kahit hindi pa tapos nga ang pagbibilang, hindi makapag-antay ang aking pasasalamat sa inyo lahat.
Alam kong mahal natin ang bansa, pero hindi pwedeng maging ugat pa ng pagkakawatak-watak ang pagmamahal na ito. Bagaman may hindi pa nabibilang, bagaman may mga tanong paukol sa eleksyon na ito na kailangan matugunan, palinaw na ng palinaw ang tinig ng taong bayan. Sa ngalan ng Pilipinas na alam kong mahal na mahal rin ninyo, kailangan nating pakinggan ang tinig na ito dahil sa huli, iisa lang ang bayang pinagsasaluhan natin.
As protests claiming election fraud have broken out in front of the Commission on Elections, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has maintained his huge lead in partial and unofficial results for the presidential race. The country's watershed elections has yet to conclude, but what's next beyond the elections and what lies ahead for the Philippines under a Marcos presidency? We discuss in this episode of The Chiefs Beyond Election Day. Welcome to The Chiefs. Ako po si Robbie Alampay and we're live tonight here at the One News Data Monitoring Center in Mandaluyong. With me, of course, is Ed Lingao of One News. Kasama ko po yan dito sa studio. And via Zoom, we have Lucy Cruz Valdez of News 5. Chiefs, happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Malapit ng Biyernes.
Pero matapos na ba? Tinutuldukan mo na ba yung eleksyon? Tapos na ba?
For all intents and purposes, it's done. Diba? The numbers are clear, and I think that's all we have to go by.
But what do you make of these reports, supposedly, na may tinisilip pa na kung may basis for any protest? And there are people protesting on the streets.
Yes.
Yesterday, the statement of Vice President Leni Robredo was very magnanimous, also reminding people, let's accept the will of the people and so on. And sinabi niya, para naman nakikita natin mo rin. But it did stop short as well of conceding.
Yeah, of a concession. Yeah. Of course, we can ask our guests later. But ako, I take everything, I take all these doubts with a grain of salt in the same way that I looked at Google Trends with a very, very huge grain of salt. In the end, I'd like to go back to science. Not unless anything can be shown to disprove the numbers. That's what you have to go by. Whatever happens, whatever mandate is given to the next administration, that does not dispel or discount or erase whatever facts are already on the ground. And that's pretty clear. It doesn't change facts. You just have another set of facts to add on.
Let's bring in our guests. You already alluded to them. We have with us in the studio Professor Edmund Tayao, Executive Director of the Local Government Development Foundation. And of course, kapatid natin dito sa network, former Defense Secretary and Senator Orly Mercado. Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Happy Tuesday.
Could I, kasi kanina sa hallway naabutan ko si Senator Orly. And I do want to, obviously the big story is Bongbong Marcos. And Marcos returned to Malacanang. I'd like to ask Senator Orly because mahaba-haba rin ang history mo sa mga Marcos. Let's start with that. In all seriousness, how do you feel right now with the return of the Marcoses to power?
No, actually, I didn't expect it in my lifetime. Sabi ko, baka by the time if that thing happens, wala na kami rito sa mundong ito. But 6 years is a long period, if you look at it in one way, but it's also very short. And kanina, nanonood ako sa BBC yata yung pinanood ko, Al Jazeera. They inaugurated a new president of South Korea. He just won the election. He's a conservative. He was the one who prosecuted Park Chung-hee, the daughter of Park Chung-hee. And Park Chung-hee was the strongman of...
In the 80s.
In the 80s, during the Cold War. Wala naman ako ini-imply dito, no? Sabi ko, ang gulong ng palad, bilog yan eh.
Talagang gulong.
Oh, gulong. Sabi nga na, huwag niyong tutularan ng gulong dahil sa minsan niya nasa ibabaw, minsan nasa ilalim. Huwag ka lang tutulad sa gulong ng sorbetero na nasa itas ka na, tinatapakan ka pa ng sorbetero.
Pero kung umikot yung gulong, at umabot, anong ibig sabihin nun? Anong saysay nun?
That these are things that you cannot predict really, because when you come to think of it, you look back, people forget very easily. And it comes to a point wherein history is lost. And to me, that's one of the things that I'm sure Ed has his opinions on this matter.
Well, I had the pleasure of sharing the same university with Senator Orly at one time, no? And every now and then, we discuss the current events in the hallway, and of course, we have two different vantage points. To a certain extent, masyado lang diplomatic yung explanation ni Senator Orly. Pero ako kasi, I don't know, my bias has always been with the system. And my bias has always been that it's not the culture, it's not being Filipino that's inherently wrong or deficient or something, no? It's really the system, because if the system allowed a more established set of processes, then we would have already graduated from a very personality-oriented politics.
And we'll continue this conversation. In fact, we'll still continue it now.
Let's bring in our other
We
friends.
just want to bring in, especially habang malakas pa ang signal, and we don't want to take risks here. And also, very important guest, looks like he's going to make it.
He's in the top 5, top 6.
And also, I want to acknowledge also, kasama na rin natin dito sa Chiefs, joining us via Zoom, Lucy Cruz Valdez, ang hepe ng News 5, kasama na rin natin. But let's bring in now Senator Chis Escudero, who is joining us via Zoom. Senator, welcome. And welcome back.
Robbie just governor still. Robbie, Ed, Professor Ed, Lucy, Mano Orly, Senator Orly, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat at sa lahat ng ating mga taga-subaybay. Pagbati mula sa lalawigan ng Sorsogon.
Sabi ni Senator Orly, idiretso ko na raw. Senator Chis, pinag-uusapan namin ang pagbabalik ng Marcos sa Malacanang. Hindi naman kaila sa inyo ang mahabang istorya rin na yan. But him running under the platform and the promise of unity, sa ngayon, like we said, Leni Robredo, kasama nyo sa Bicol, said a lot of really good things yesterday as a message, conciliatory and also reassuring her followers, but also stopping short of a concession. What do you see in the immediate days? Kahit bago pa maproklama, but starting today, starting tomorrow, what do you see by way of things that will heal, should heal, and will be difficult to heal?
Ang pabigat, ang hamon ay hawak ni dating senador. Hindi ko ba pwedeng sabihing President-elect, pero pwede na rin siguro President-elect Bongbong Marcos. Kung paano talaga patutuhanan yung kanyang mensahe ng pagkakaisa. Dahil sino man ang mananalo, ngayon mukhang siya na, magiging presidente siya ng bawat Pilipino. Bawat Pilipino, binoto man siya o hindi. Bawat Pilipino, gusto man siya o ayaw sa kanya. Bawat Pilipino, minumura man siya o sinasabing I love you sa kanya. Hamon ito para paghilumin ang sugat ng nagdaang 70 araw na pangampanya na hindi makikakaila. isa sa pinakamainit na kampanya at eleksyong nakita ko. Hindi dahil nag-aaway, nagbabangayan o nagpapatayan ng mga kandidato. Dahil nag-aaway, nag-unfriend, nag-unfollow ang mga supporters. Dahil lamang sa magkakaibang kulay na dinadala nila. Hamon ito sa bagong administrasyon, kabilang na ng pandemya. Kabilang na ng muling pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya, ang muling pag-isahin ang ating bansa. Sana hindi mabigo ang ating magiging bagong halal na Pangulo na harapin ang hamong ito at mapagtagumpayan at malampasan ang hamon na ito.
Sir, you do have a curious and unusual vantage point. Well, of course, first of all, you supported Leni Robredo, but at the same time, well, of course, your father also was also one of the cabinet members of former President Ferdinand Marcos. So let me ask you this: from your point of view, how should Filipinos, ordinary Filipinos, move forward from this election? What is the right attitude for Filipinos to go on to May 12, May 13, and so on down the line?
Simple lang, Ed. Mahirap man tanggapin para sa mga bumoto sa hindi nanalong kandidato. Simple lamang. Sa isang demokrasya, ang dapat nating sundin ang boses ng mas nakararami. There is only one rule that we should follow in a democracy, what the majority wants, whether we agree with it or not, whether we sided with it or not. Para sa akin, sa mga susunod na araw, dapat tanggapin, galangin at respetuhin natin ang mandatong binigay sa mga nanalong kandidato. Presidente, Vice Presidente, Senador, Congressman, Governor, Bokal, Vice Governor, Mayor, Vice Mayor o Konsyelman. Sang-ayon man tayo sa desisyon na yon o hindi. Dahil may mandatong binigay sa kanila. Lalo na sa kaso ni Senator Marcos, napakalaking mandato ang binigay sa kanila. Kung titingnan sa isang perspektiba, yung lamang ni Senator Marcos sa kanyang pinakamalapit na katunggali, halos katumbas ng botong natanggap ni Pangulong Duterte noong nagdaang eleksyon noong 2016. Hindi yun matatawaran. At mula nung nagsimula yata akong bumoto noong 1992 sa presidente, wala pa akong nakitang ganito kalaking lamang. So siguro naman bigyan natin ng puwang, pagkakataon, at siguro lugar sa ating puso at isip na suportahan lahat ng magagandang layunin niya para sa ating bansa bilang paggalang na lamang sa mandatong tinanggap niya sa napakaraming mga Pilipino sa nagdaang halalan.
Governor, kasama po natin si Lucy Cruz Valdez via Zoom, LCV.
Hi,
May
Ma'am
tanong
Lucy.
din
Good
yata.
evening.
Hello, good evening. Ako, ang tanong ko ganito dahil sabihin na natin, kakaiba talaga itong magiging Pangulo natin dahil na rin sa kasaysayan na pinanggagalingan ng lahat ng ito. No? Ang tanong ko, how will his first 100 days be and will he even have a honeymoon period? Now, curious ako doon. Because aminin na natin, his election is different from all the other recent elections of presidents that we have had. Are we going to expect a normal first 100 days and a normal honeymoon period if there will be any?
I don't think so, Ma'am Lucy. Tinignan natin ang mga nagdaang panguluhan. Yung unang SONA, usually walang rally yan. Give chance to run, ika nga, honeymoon period ang tawag ng iba. Pero kanina, pinapakita pa lamang with 98-99% of the votes na mananalo na si Senator Marcos, may nagrarally na agad sa COMELEC at sinasabi ng nagkaroon ng dayan. Yan ang isang malungkot na bahagi ng politika sa Pilipinas kung saan dalawang klase lamang ang uri ng kandidato, yung nanalo at yung dinaya. Kaya binabati ko yung mga kandidato na formal na nag-concede sa kanilang mga katunggali matapos nilang matalo sa isang halalan. But having said that, Namuchi, hamon ito, gaya ng sinabi ko, kay Senator Marcos, kay President-elect Marcos, na ang kanyang plataforma ay kaugnay sa pagkakaisa, na pagkaisahin ng ating bansa. Hamon ito na isama yung mga ayaw sa kanya, yung mga hindi bumoto sa kanya, na maniwala o hindi man maniwala at sumuporta, na isama sa plataforma, programa at layunin ng kanyang administrasyon para maramdaman nila ang presensya ng gobyerno. Dahil alalahanin natin, sino man ang mahahalal sa halalang ito, Pangulo man o Konsehal, dapat pantay niyang pagsilbihan ang bawat isa sa atin nang walang pinipili, walang kinikilingan. Pwede siguro niyang piliin yung mga kampi niya para i-appoint sa iba't ibang pwesto. Pwede niyang piliin yung kapartido, kaibigan, kakilala, may tiwala siya. Pero pagdating sa serbisyo na binibigay sa ating bansa at mga kababayan, dapat pantay niyang bigayon ng walang pinipili at walang pinapaboran upang sa gayon mapatunayan na tunay ngang Pangulo siya ng bawat Pilipino at ng buong bansa at hindi lamang ng bumoto sa kanya.
Ay, Senator
Okay, alam
Escudero.
naman natin na dapat yun, no? Governor, Senator. Alam naman natin na dapat yun. Ang tanong siguro dyan is, gagawin kaya niya yun sa pagkakakilala mo?
Base sa pagkakausap ko sa kanya, nakita kami sa Cagayan de Oro noong nakaraan, oo, pero siguro panahon lamang ang makakapagsabi, Ma'am Lucy, dahil lahat naman siguro na nahahalal, palaging maganda ang intensyon at maganda ang hangarin. Ang hamon ay kung kayang gawin yan sa 3 taon, sa partikular na kaso ng senador at presidente, kung kayang gawin yan ng 6 na taon, araw-araw, linggo-linggo, buwan-buwan. Yan naman palagi ang hamon sa sinumang halal na opisyal na panindigan at tayuan ang kanyang layunin, prinsipyo at adhikain. Araw-araw napapasok siya sa opisina kahit habang natutulog at kada pagising tuwing umaga.
Senator, let's be honest about it. Kahit bigyan ng puwang at pagkakataon ang isang Pangulong Marcos na gampanan ng kanyang mandato at kanyang layunin, sa totoo lang, maraming mga bagay na tawagin na lang natin magiging awkward. Di ba? Pagdating sa PCGG in particular, I want to ask, sinabi niya ang gagawin natin, palalakasin ng PCGG, palalawakin natin at lahat na lang imbestigahan. 2 questions there. One is the PCGG, as Senator Ping Lacson pointed out, specific ang mandate niyan para habulin ng mga nakaw na yaman ng mga Marcos. It is created by an executive order. It's under the executive branch. Pagka pinamunuan ng Marcos, paano niya papalakarin with credibility yan? And I guess more important to you as one of our legislators, paano palalakasin ang PCGG and how do we ensure its independence under a Marcos administration?
Robbie, hamon yan para sa kanya. Hindi niya ako tagapagsalita para ipaliwanag ang gagawin niya dyan. Pero hayaan mong sabihin ko na lang ito kagutin ng bagay na yan. It's been 36 years since the PCGG was created. Kung hindi pa nila nahabol makalipas ang 36 na taon na malamang lumamig na kung ano man ang track o trace na kanilang hinahanap, paano natin maaasahan na mas mainit pa yung kanilang pwedeng habulin na mga ari-arian at propriedad na hindi nila nahabol sa nagdaang 36 na taon? Inimbestigahan ko ako'y nasa Senado. Ang mga ari-arian na nakuha ng PCGG at kung talaga bang nakuha natin, tumaas ba yung balor o bumaba ba yung balor? Sa kasawiang palad, walang nabigay na inventaryo sa akin. Maski nakasama ang mga bantog na pangalan na inilagay sa PCGG ng mga nagdaang administrasyon, wala silang inventaryong nabigay ng mga nakuhang ari-arian. Anong halaga ng mga ari-arian yun nung nakuha nila? Tumaas ba yung balor habang hawak nila? Bumaba ba at napakinabangan ba ng sambayan ng Pilipino? Hindi lamang naman question ng pagpapalakas ng PCGG ang dapat nating harapin. Question din ng nagampanan ba talaga nila ang kanilang mandato sa nagdaang mahigit 3 dekada ng kanilang panunungkulan bilang mga commissioner, bilang mga opisyal ng PCGG. Dahil madalas kung talaga maliwanag ang pagnanakaw, napakadaling habulin yan, lalo na kung mainit-init pa. Pero makalipas ang 36 na taon, nanlamig na anumang hinahabol nila. At ang tanong, ano bang nangyayari nito nagdaang 3 dekada at 6 na taon? So maliban sa anong gagawin niya, kaya ko lamang sagutin na yung nakita kong karanasan itong nagdaang 36 na taon. Maraming tanong na kailangan sagutin, hindi lamang kung anong gagawin ni President-elect Marcos. Siguro kailangan din sagutin, ano bang nagawa at nangyari itong 36 na taon? Bagaman may nabawi at nakuha sila, sapat ba yon at kaugnayan ng kabuuang dapat hinabol? Nakuha ba nila at nagawa ba nila? Nagawa ba nila yung tungkulin nila o hindi?
Pero sir, I suppose the problem does not only lie with PCGG kasi For example, yung Arelma accounts at saka yung jewelry collection, in the last decade labang nabawi o nakuha through a court decision. Also yung foundations, yung graft conviction with Imelda Marcos was only in 2018. So, kumbaga may mga gumugulong pa po at medyo mabagal talaga ang korte for one reason or another. And at the same time, meron pang ibang pending issues like for example, yung estate tax liabilities. So all these things they add a layer of complexity to a Marcos presidency. They add, they add. I don't want to say. Let's just say it complicates a lot of things.
No, I completely agree. It will complicate a lot of things. Kabilang na ipagdidiwang ba ang EDSA Revolution?
Yes, sir.
Papalitan pa ang pangalan ng airport. Pero Ed, ano man ang nakasanayan natin, ika nga, maraming tao naghahanap ng pagbabago. Yung pagbabago man ayon sa pananaw natin o hindi, yung pagbabago man tutol man tayo o sang-ayon, pagbabago pa rin siya. Pero anumang pagbabago ang gagawin ng susunod na Pangulo, particular ni President-elect, hindi pa naman, pero magiging Pangulong Marcos, para sa akin, yan ay dadaan sa proseso, yan ay dadaan sa debate, yan ay dadaan palagi sa botohan, lalo na kung may papalitan kang holiday, kung may papalitan kang pangalan ng airport, kung may papalitan kang mandato ng PCGG dahil kinreate yan sa pamamagitan o sa bisa ng executive order na may epekto ng batas. At pwede lamang baguhin yan sa pamamagitan din ng batas na papasa ng Kongreso. So dadaan lahat ng yan, Ed, sa proseso. At magdadaan yan sa debate, sa iba't ibang interview, iba't ibang forum, kung saan malalaman ng ating mga kababayan ang rason. Yan nga ba'y tinutulak ng administrasyon? Yan nga ba'y tinutulak ng ilan lamang? Yan ba'y tinutulak ng ika nga mga nais lamang magpakitang gilas sa bagong administrasyon? O yan ba'y may tagong suporta ng kasalukuyang administrasyon? Lahat yan may lalahad naman sa publiko. So wala tayong dapat katakutan, wala tayong dapat ipagduda, at wala tayong dapat ipangamba. Dahil ano man yan, palagi malalaman ng publiko ngayong pang panahon ng social media at hindi lamang ng traditional media.
Okay. Governor Chis Escudero, baka merong huling mensahe po kayo para sa ating mga manunood.
Isa na lamang po siguro. Alam ko naging mainit ang nagdaang halalan, pero ano man ang kulay na ating dinala, ano man kulay na ating sinuportahan, sana alalahanin natin na pagkatapos ng eleksyon, kabilang na ang araw na ito, mula sa araw na ito, sana pare-pareho na po tayo ng kulay na dinadala. Mga kulay na pula, asul, puti, at may konting dilaw. Mga kulay na sumasagisag sa bandila at watawat ng ating bansa. Dahil sa dulo, pare-pareho pa rin po tayong mga Pilipino. Pare-pareho pa rin po tayong nakasakay sa nag-iisang bangka na ang tawag ay pangalan ay Pilipinas. Sana anumang init, galit at pagtatampo nitong nagdaang halalan ay malampasan po natin sa paghilom at pagdaloy ng panahon. Upang sa gayon, magkaisa tayo at magtulungan sa lahat ng magandang bagay na pwedeng makatulong sa ating mga kababayan. Sa muli, Ma'am Lucy, Ed, Robbie, Manong Orly, Professor Ed, magandang gabi po. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon at pagbati muli mula sa lalawigan ng Sorsogon.
Congratulations po.
Congratulations
Thank you,
po,
Doc.
Governor, and it seems
Salamat po.
for certain Senator-elect Chis Escudero. Senator Orly, napakinggan mo yung usapan namin about PCGG and sabi nga niya, but I do have to say also for the record, nabanggit niya yung performance ng PCGG over these past years. In its 2020 annual report, the PCGG did report 174 billion pesos recovered. That's what, $3.5 billion. In the meantime, they have still identified, may nakatali pa under litigation, but they have identified another $2 billion that they're trying to go after. Originally, I do believe that the original target was something in the range of $10 billion. But to Senator Chis's point, medyo nabaliktad yung usapan. We were asking about paano palalaksin and how do you ensure the independence of the PCGG under the Marcos administration. His point was, hindi, teka muna, tingnan din natin yung performance ng PCGG. Your thoughts?
Malaking problema talaga yan. But sa akin, from a larger point of view, importante yung pagbabalik ng nakaw na yaman sa taong bayan. But the other point of view that we must talk about is the issue that children of strongmen who get back to power, the first thing that you would think is that, susunod ba ito? Nasa DNA ba? Magiging ano ba mga moves niya? Kaya we have to have assurances. One, because strongmen always change the rules. Constitutional amendments or whatever mechanism, importante yan. Babaguhin, pero mga indikasyon ba na they will change the rules down the line. The other thing is that the suppression of the opposition. Yun ang ginagawa ng mga strongmen to weaken the opposition. Because sa ating demokrasya, napaka-importante ng fiscalization na gagawin. And that's the challenge. They can revert back to what their parents or their father or mother, whatever, did. But pwede rin naman that they can rise beyond that and prove that they are in support of the democratic system.
No, but Professor Tayo, ano yun? Only time will tell, or do we have enough basis to say, meron ka bang indications on how Bongbong Marcos, a President Bongbong Marcos, might behave?
Well, yes to vote. Yes to both points. No, time will tell. But apart from that, if there's any basis that we can use, is the track record of the former senator and now presumptive president. Hindi naman bagitong politiko yan eh. Naging gobernador yan, hindi lang naging senador, naging miyembro ng House of Representatives. And, as always, and this we've seen with the younger generation, not only of politicos, but, the usual younger generation, they usually learn from what they've seen from their fathers, from their elder brothers, and so on and so forth. No? Now, having said that, I'm sure the presumptive president knows that if and when, let's say, one of the agenda is to refurbish, I don't know if that's the right term, refurbish the name of the family or what have you, that should not be the priority, because at the end of the day, he has to get his government running first and foremost. Eh kapag ka-divisive kagad yung unang galaw mo, di pa paano na? No, so in other words, if I'm right, or I'm just simply optimistic that he's a pragmatic and experienced political leader, that would not be among the priorities. Ngayon, yung sinasabi naman ni Senator Cheese, siguro, it's more like his point is, at the very least, we know already that there are some expectations, no? Of course, precisely because the name is historical, has historical value, to say the least. No, but also that it's not like that name is the only name that requires reconsideration or revisiting. So madalit sinasabi niya, let's be objective then, no, in looking at issues, whether it's PCGG or anything that's related to EDSA. Kasi again, we've always been talking about why is it that the name is resurgent. Kasi kahit na kasi pag tinignan mo yung kampanya, pareho namang magaling yung kampanya. Ito nga, meron pa nga volunteerism dito kay VP Lenny. But why is it that it did not resonate? Because many people simply have to look around and, iniisip nila, mas nagre-resonate yung nakikita nila sa paligid that after more than 3 decades, walang nangyari.
Okay, we'll pick that up later on, but for now, we'll need to take a break. The Chiefs Beyond Election Day continues when we return.
Welcome back to the Chiefs on One News. Still with us are Professor Edmund Tayao, the Director of the Local Government Development Foundation, and former Defense Secretary Orly Mercado. Also joining us via Zoom is re-elections Baguio City Mayor Benjamin Magalong. Sir, good evening and welcome to the Chiefs.
Good evening po, Professor Ed, Ma'am Lucy, Secretary Orly, at si Rabi.
Si Rabi, sir.
Good evening po.
Yes, sir.
Sir, hindi po professor si Ed.
Hindi,
Dalawa yung
Professor Ed
professor
Tayao.
at saka si Ed.
Ako, Miron Ed lang ako eh. Miron Ed.
Professor Ed, tama.
Miron Ed. Lucy, bato ko lang sa yung first question for Mayor Magalong.
Okay, well, Mayor Magalong, what do you think won it for you? I mean, of course, congratulations, and we're not really surprised that you won, but what do you think made for you on election day?
But for some reason, probably people felt there's really good governance. And we even, elevated it several notches higher. So we're calling it good governance beyond politics, and people felt that. It's a fight between traditional politics and good governance.
But of course, people most remember you for your role during the pandemic. Do you think that that was crucial in your re-election?
Siguro, Ma'am Lucia, most probably. Pero alam nyo, short-lived ang memory ng mga tao eh.
Yeah.
In fact, many of them forgot about what transpired during the pandemic, except for the health workers. Probably what they saw more on the infrastructure. There was a survey that was conducted. And hindi naman ho gaanong visible yung number 3 lang yung COVID-19 eh. More on
Yeah.
more on the change that they saw in the city of Baguio. Number 3 lang po yung COVID-19 management.
What particular change would that be?
Well, they
What
saw a lot.
particular change, yes.
Yeah, they saw a lot of infrastructure projects, road widening, more strategic projects, road widening, yung mga infrastructure like sidewalks, new sidewalks, wider sidewalks, better sidewalks. Yung mga parks, they saw the rehabilitation of many of the parks, including that of the former dump site, Irisan dump site, na talagang 30 years, talagang napakabaho ng lugar na yun. It even eroded at marami namatay doon. Now we have transformed it into an eco park. Tapos nakita rin yung mga more resilient and more durable na mga high-end na mga barangay halls. Unlike in the past, now we're only investing about 5 million, 8 million for barangay halls. Now we're investing about 50 million, 36 million, 25 million for barangay halls. So yun po yung mga nakikita nila, and what are the programs and what are the plans, what are the catalytic projects that we're doing now to fast track and accelerate economic recovery. So yun po nakikita ng mga tao dito sa Baguio.
Sir, moving forward to your second term, at least in broad strokes, what's your plan for Baguio City on your second term? At least in broad strokes.
Well, many of our plans now are very strategic, so all we have to do is implement it. In fact, this year alone, we have about 31 projects that were planned out for the past 2 years and 10 months. And almost a dozen of these are catalytic projects that would spur or accelerate our economic recovery. And at the same time, some of these projects also are designed to enhance our health and social services. Yun po yung tatlong priority po namin ngayon.
Sir, we don't often hear a mayor talking about strategic and catalytic projects. So you're really talking medium to long term. More or less, what exactly do you mean? These are plans that you're building way ahead of the next few months.
Yes, siguro nasanay lang ho kayo siguro sa yung old paradigm of politics wherein politicians just think about what they're going to do for the next 3 years to
Yes,
get
sir.
themselves rich. Pero sa amin kasi we're looking at what's going to happen 5 years, 15 years from now, 10 years from now. And what are the things that we need to do to avert any, for example, in the city of Baguio, one of the biggest challenges now is urban decay, which is already happening. This is a result of a study that was conducted in NEDA by 2019. So many of our programs now and projects are geared towards addressing this. Because according to experts, if we're not going to move in the next 25 years, then urban decay will be irreversible.
Mayor, isang symptom dyan ng urban decay, and whether taga Baguio ka or bumibisita ka lang sa Baguio, damang-dama ng lahat ng tao yung traffic. Kanina nabanggit nyo yung wider sidewalks, more parks, and you said, these are all strategic. Obviously, the strategy includes giving Baguio back to the pedestrians, giving Baguio back to people who are walking, making it more pedestrian-friendly. But at the same time, it now takes from Metro Manila to Baguio, kami naman pagdating namin dyan, 3 hours na lang, and really inviting for more motorists. How do you reconcile the rising tourism, the higher accessibility, the easier accessibility, not just for tourists, but for cars to Baguio, at the same time, your vision for a more walkable, more smart city? How do you reconcile that?
Well, alam niya, we're now working on a very, very ambitious project, a smart mobility transportation system. And if you have gone to Singapore, you probably saw that they have a very efficient public transportation system. So ang aming battle cry once we will implement it would be to make private cars relevant in the city of Baguio. Meaning we have to make our public transport very efficient so that it will discourage tourists to bring their own cars, and because parking is a big problem in the city of Baguio. You should understand that Baguio is only designed for 7,000 to 8,000 people. Now we have about, as of latest count, we have about 40 to 45,000 vehicles in 2021. That's registered. Wala pa rin kasama yung mga, hindi pa kasama yung mga kwan dyan, yung mga dala-dala ng mga bisita. Baguio was also designed for only 25,000 people. Now we are about 378. So it requires a lot of, a lot of innovations, and at the same time, you need technology to really manage. That's why we are now closely working with the Singaporeans, ST Engineering, which is state-owned and one of the biggest in Singapore. They have designed and implemented the smart mobility transportation system in Singapore, and they have helped us craft our master plan. We have it approved last January, and ongoing na po yung feasibility study rito sa siyudad ng Baguio. So at the same time, we're now working on a PPP project for the building of an intermodal transport terminal so that buses and vans don't have to enter the city of Baguio. And it's a 5-hectare project that will be undertaken by a winning proponent, hopefully by Megawatt, which is the builder of the Clark International Airport. At yung may-ari ho rin siya ng PTEX. At the same time, they also built the Cebu International Airport. So around that, intermodal transport terminal will be parking buildings, multi-level, so that people have a place to park, especially visitors. They don't have to bring their cars inside the city of Baguio because we will also be charging them with congestion fee. So yung nga yung namin, battle cry namin, we're going to make private cars relevant in the city of Baguio. It's something very strategic as well.
Okay. Baguio City Mayor, incoming Baguio City Mayor Benjamin Magalong. Sir, maraming salamat for joining us tonight. And, ingat po parate.
Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, sir. Congrats ulit.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Benjamin Magalong, one of a score of officials already proclaimed as winners.
And then really, he was modest about it, saying that, nakalimutan ng tao ang COVID, and now he's back to being mayor of, but in reality, over the past 2 years, he became a national figure.
Yeah.
Diba? And in fact, I think, if I heard it right I have many friends who actually migrated to Baguio, tried it out, moved out of here, diba? And doon na, and then I have relatives there as well, I have family. Sa totoo lang, medyo may tampuhan pa because people, were so happy with him in Baguio. And then they also felt that, we're losing him to the national campaign. And so, but he's genuinely a national figure at this point.
But sir, when he talks catalytic
that's right.
plans and strategic plans, he's not talking about, obviously he's not talking about libreng Wi-Fi and waiting sheds. And he's already in second term, so one more term na lang siya after this term. So he's thinking way ahead of how long he would probably even sit as mayor. He's thinking na rin for
You know who I'm reminded
successor.
of Mayor Ben Magalong?
Jesse.
The late Jesse Robredo.
I was gonna say.
Pero
Because
isang bagay na dapat i-address din yung 3-year term.
of course.
I was going to ask, yung 3-year, yung 3-term limit na 3 years, which limits it to 9 years, unless, di ba, you're in a fat dynasty and basically nakikipagpalitan ka sa anak mo, sige, sa kongreso ka, 9 years na ako, dito ako, and so on. But if you're not necessarily part of a dynasty, you have 9 years for a political career, and then you step down. Ano yung mentality ng local official? I mean, how is a local official therefore charting his or her political career beyond 9 years?
Mahirap kasi, well, iba't iba yan, no? Kada mayor, kada personality, at saka depende din sa background, no? Kaya ako nabanggit kanina that he reminds me of the late Mayor Jesse Robredo. Kasi ano siya team builder siya eh. You know, I was tempted to ask if how close he works with the former CONCOM colleague of mine, Dr. Ver Bautista, for example, no? Mga academic yan talaga sa Baguio. At hindi lang siya yung academic that the mayor actually works with. No, he works with not only the civil society, not only the academe, no, but even the young organizations there. So, in other words, it's very easy to make plans because you get different ideas from different people. And he mentioned, for example, mass transit system. Matagal na yan, panahon pa ni Mayor Mauricio Dumogan, pinag-uusapan na yan eh. Pero challenge kasi sa Baguio because of the terrain, no? And now he's about to do it already. No? So there are so many challenges at the local level. That's why I even mentioned, for example, this significant change, no, via the Mandanas Garcia ruling. Now, having said all this, ang hirap mong isipin how local politiko will chart the future kasi mahirap, it's difficult to expect a professional path for a politiko precisely because it all depends on the family. Personal lahat. So kaya nga, parang sirang plaka na, I've always been saying, if you have real political party, you don't even have to legislate anti-political dynasty provision because yung pangsala mo, yung pang-vet mo, yung pang-prepare mo is already the political party. I don't know how and when we are going to get there, but until such time that we really have working political, public institutions like political parties, hindi tayo makaabot dun.
Mabigat ang problema yan.
But sir, there have been so many attempts, failed attempts at political party reform. In fact, I remember nga, the closest we had to some sort of a bill na...
Pumasa yun. Nakwento ko nga kagabi yan
sa panahon ni Gloria.
No. During the time of the late President Noynoy Aquino.
Noy na ba?
Oo, congressman pa si now Senator Sani Angara. I know the story pretty well because of course, yung mga tao katulad ko na nagpo-push for system change, syempre, isang mundo lang yan, nagkakausap kami. And it was quite a surprise when it was already in the Senate. In fact, it was already on second reading, no? The way I remembered it. And then suddenly, biglang hindi natuloy yung ongoing public hearing. There was a mysterious phone call. No? So, having said that, it would have been a gain to whoever was really the deciding factor. No? Nag-gain sana sila noon, nung panahon na yun na mapasa yung batas na yun.
Okay,
Pero nga, the point nga sir there is, it's to the disadvantage of political parties to lose that power to allow turncoats to join.
Exactly. Kasi if you have real political parties, you'll have career political party bureaucracy. So meron kang power within the political party that's also responsible for vetting and preparing candidates later. No, itong mga kandidatong to, pagka nanalo sila, they will be powerful in the overall public collectivity. Pero within the party, meron kang control mechanism.
I imagine yung mga political structure within the political party is precisely the kind of thing that drives other people to say, ay, magtatayo na lang ako sa sarili kong partido.
Exactly.
You know, we have a lot to do. Some of them, or most of them, would require constitutional amendments. And if there are constitutional amendments to be made, it should be done early on in the term of the president.
That's right.
Don't wait for even the middle portion because you will be subject to a lot of suspicion.
That's right.
Especially this incoming
You're
president.
saying
That's right.
you're saying if you open the charter change discussions under a Marcos presidency in the first part of his act, that is not up to suspicion?
No, but there are things that we have to work on. And part of that is the issue of political parties. The other thing is that maraming mga batas na hindi na ipapasa.
Exactly.
Katulad ng land use. Namalat na ako dyan. 1980s pa yan. Meron na akong committee report. Hanggang ngayon, binabanggit ni Presidente, 4 na beses na sa kanyang zona, ayaw pumasa o hindi ipinapasa. Because merong conflict dun sa powers ng...
Yes, Luchi.
Yeah. Ako nga, ang tanong ko nga, Orly, is this, no? Parang given that, a Marcos presidency will also most likely give rise to, and we're seeing it already, a supermajority, do you see the Senate performing its traditional role as the main fiscalizer still, considering that he will have full control of both houses? And he can very well push for charter change early on or any time during his term, and he will most likely be able to see it through.
Tsaka subscript doon, huwag na natin pag-usapan yung House of Representatives. Diretso tayo sa Senate.
Pero I'll tell you one thing.
Yung House of Representatives, kakampi naman ng presidente yan, conditionally,
The
diba?
senators-
Pero yung Senate, yun ang fiscalizer.
24 republics yan. Kahit na si Cory Aquino when she assumed the presidency, lagi niya sinasabi, nung kinakampanya kami 24 na senator, huwag na kayong pumili ng opposition. Dito rin sa kanila magagaling ang mga critics ko. And it came to pass. It became true.
Okay, sige, mamaya.
And do you think that will happen now? That
You're
there
not
will
worth-
actually be
You're not worth
an
your-
opposition that will spontaneously form within
You're-
the Senate?
Sige.
You are not worth your
Sige,
vote.
mamaya
national
titingnan
vote.
natin yung 24 republics na yan. Pero tinatanong ko lang kay Ed kung kaya niya itong natin, yung mga picture natin dyan na iniikot-ikot natin.
Kaya ko yung i-Google. Lalabas sa Google Trends
Sige,
yan.
pero anyway, sige, now let's talk to Mayor Francis Zamora, who just won another term as Mayor of San Juan City. He's joining us via Zoom. Good evening, Mayor Zamora. Congratulations, sir.
Hi, sir.
Yes, good
sir.
evening. Good evening, Robbie and Luchi, Ed, and kay
Hindi
Professor.
natutulog si
Magandang gabi po.
Mayor eh.
Magandang gabi po.
Kausap ko kanina madaling araw.
Linawin ko lang because maybe I can take up also from our conversation. Pang ilang term mo na ba to?
Incoming second term, Robbie.
Okay, so you have one more after this. What does that, what's the mindset? What changes in the mindset when you go from the first term, crisis pa yung buong first term mo, and now you're heading into a second term, economy is opening up, but more importantly, what changes fundamentally heading into a second term, and of course, still hoping for a third term?
Robbie, marami kasi sa mga proyekto at programa natin na antala ng COVID-19. No? So, a lot of what we promised during my first term are still hanging because we had to shift our focus to COVID-19. We had to realign our budget. Although marami kaming tapos na infrastructure projects, pero halimbawa itong dalawang high-rise in-city public housing natin, isang 22 stories, isang 23 stories na delay siya. So I have to focus on finishing these. Yung ating 1:1 tablets for every public school student na implement na natin. Kaka-expand lang ng ating fiber optic internet connection sa households ng public school students natin. So lahat po ito ay nagawa natin in spite of the pandemic. But ang pitch namin kasi nitong kampanya ay ang pagpapatuloy na makabagong San Juan. So wala naman kaming masyadong babaguhin talaga sa ginawa namin. We were able to win 15-0, Robbie, here in San Juan. So we swept the elections. Napanalo natin lahat ng position. So this is a manifestation of the trust and confidence of the people of San Juan in our administration. So wala naman kaming babaguhin. We will just finish everything that we promised. Tuloy-tuloy lang naman po ang mga tatapusin natin sa darating na termino.
Pero sir,
Are you on track as far as your original plans are concerned? Did you actually lay out your plans nga to be finished over a 3-year, one-term thing, or did you make sure, if you would even do that, no, that your plans were going to be accomplished within the first 3-year term? Was there a presumption that you might not get a second term? I guess that's my question. I just wonder what goes on in your minds, no, in local officials.
Well, syempre yung unang term natin, lahat ng pinangako natin, naka 3-year planning yan. No? But again, itong high-rise in-city public housing na 22 stories and 23 stories. Ito ang kauna-unahan sa buong Pilipinas na high-rise na pabahay. No? Coming from, one is from NHA funding, yung isa naman po ay DPWH. So you can just imagine how big these buildings are. And because of the lockdowns, yung delay po na na-cost niyan ay malaking naging epekto, no, sa timeline natin. So itong second term definitely matatapos na yan. Now, yung ating Smart City program ay on track tayo. Like what I mentioned, no, yung ating public school students, 1:1 kada tablet. No? So sabi nila dati, no, nung previous administration, sabi nila, imposible daw magawa, ngunit nagawa po natin yan. Aside from that, meron silang fiber optic internet connection sa kanilang mga tahanan. So they were close to 7,000 households of public school students each have modems, no, with fiber optic internet connection. So nagawa rin ho natin yan. Yung ating San Juan Medical Center, zero balance billing na ngayon. Isa yan sa mga pinangako natin ng first term, nagawa rin po natin. So lahat naman ho ng napangako natin, nagawa natin, except that some infrastructure projects are still ongoing. No? Yun yung na-delay because of the lockdowns, no? Yung hindi pwede mag-construct for a very, very long time before. No? Yun yung tatapusin natin na yan. Of course, COVID-19 really altered the course of our first term. Wala naman talagang kahit sinong mayor sa buong mundo ang handa dyan. No? So, doon na on the spot kami talaga natuto kung ano ba dapat gawin. And I'm happy to say that San Juan performed very well during this pandemic. Tayo pong nauna sa buong Pilipinas na nakapagkamit ng herd immunity. We were number 1 in vaccination in terms of vaccinating the percentage of our population. Nakapaghandog din tayo ng 19 waves ng food packs ayuda sa buong San Juan. So kaya ko sabihin na itong pandemya walang nagutom sa ating mga mamamayan. So these are the factors that led to the 15-0 victory. I believe na yun ang dahilan kung bakit na-sweep po natin ang election dito sa San Juan.
Mm-hmm. Sir, you succeeded in ousting your rival political family in 2019. But in this year's elections, we've seen a resurgence of that same family. In fact, they bagged, they're sure to bag 2 Senate seats in this coming Congress. Now, of course, iba yung sa local, iba yung sa national. Pero at the same time, kabit-kabit din po yan. Would you expect a firmer challenge from that same family in 2025? I know it's far, far ahead, pero... well,
si Ed, tinanong din ako ni Ed kanina niyan.
I'm still fishing for an answer that we can that we can chew on.
Actually, Ed, no, anything can happen. Ang kalaban namin itong elections na to ay Ejercito. No? My sister beat an Ejercito for Congress. So in 2025, posibleng mag-field sila uli ng slate nila. Pero malaking bagay itong 15-0. No? This is a resounding victory at saka very, very rare na nagagawa ito. Lalong-lalo na sa San Juan. No? Even the Iglesia ni Cristo, I'm very thankful to them because lahat ng 15 candidates po namin ay in-endorso nila. So maraming firsts po nang nangyari dito sa San Juan itong elections na ito.
Mayor, huli na lang po. Of course, we have practically in this past 2 years, we've just been talking about COVID. Pero napakabilis talaga ng mga pangyayari. We were expecting now, dadaan tayo sa eleksyon. Di pa natin alam dati kung anong mangyayari sa eleksyon with COVID looming. But kaya nga po nasabi kanina rin ni Mayor Magalong, parang nakakalimutan na nga ng mga tao yung na may COVID pa nga pala. No? But I want to ask you, you've said you did perform well, it became better as we went along, and we learned a lot. Did we institutionalize? Would you say, for example, if there's a new variant, and I'm not just asking about San Juan, but even as a nation, as you've experienced it, would you say kung may new variant or a totally new pandemic, what are now in place that were not there in 2019 that makes you confident that we can handle something like this again?
Alam niyo dito sa San Juan, ang kaya ko sabihin, all the rules, regulations, and guidelines that we implemented, nakikinig, sumusunod sila. Kaya nga, in spite of the fact that the first local transmission of COVID-19 in the Philippines was detected here in San Juan, it really became our motivation na dito rin po nang tapusin sa pamamagitan niya ng high vaccination rate. That was our driving force. Kaya talaga nagsumikap kami na mabakunahan ang buong populasyon natin. So regarding your question, kung meron mang mga ibang variants na darating, meron naman tayong in place na mga health and safety protocols na naintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan. Nung simula pa lang, nung sinasabi natin, magsuot ng face mask, sumunod sa social distancing, magpabakuna. No, it wasn't hard for us to convince our people simply because we had to explain to them why. We had to educate them, we had to inform them. So, in fairness po, dito sa San Juan, very cooperative ang ating mga mamamayan, sumusunod sila. At nakikita naman nila yung mga ipinapatupad natin mga panuntunan, meron namang magandang resulta. No? Kaya mas madali po sa akin as mayor because I can tell them, please follow these regulations because they understand that these work. And in fact, right now, we only have 2 active cases of COVID-19 in San Juan. Nagsimula na nga tayo ng ating second booster shot about 3 weeks ago. So tuloy-tuloy lang po ang mga COVID-19 intervention programs po natin.
Okay, San Juan City Mayor elect, incumbent mayor and elect Francis Zamora. Sir, maraming salamat for joining us tonight.
Okay,
Thank you,
very
sir.
much for having me.
Sir,
Okay, thank you for having me.
Ingat, sir.
Ingat po kayo. Thank you.
We will just pause for a break. The Chiefs will be right back.
all welcome muli sa totoo lang, dating senador at presidential aspirant Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.
Siguro naman sa pinagdaanan ko sa buhay ko, maliwanag naman hindi ako duwag na tao. At hindi lang yun, lahat naman hinaharap ko eh. Basta yun na nga, dahil ang mahalaga sa akin ay pag-usapan natin kung ano ang iniisip, kung ano ang inaalala, kung ano ang importante sa taong bayan. I have never had a troll farm. I have never had a click army. I never boosted. Everything's organic and I never bought ads. And I think that's easy to prove to anyone.
Una po nating magkakausap si Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., dating senador at tumatakbo sa ilalim ng Partido Federal ng Pilipinas.
Lahat naman tayo, pare-pareho ang gusto natin. Siguro, kahit hindi tayo nagkakasundo sa lahat, pagkasunduan natin ang gusto natin pagandahin ng Pilipinas. Walang kulay ng politika ang tao. Basta't magaling, basta't handang tumulong, magaling, masipag, mabait, at talagang mahal ang Pilipinas.
Where do you plan to be on May 10?
Depends what happens on May 9.
Welcome back to Chief Zero on One News. Ako po si Robredo. Kasama pa rin po natin ngayon Professor Edmund Tayo, Executive Director of the Local Government Development Foundation, and former Defense Secretary Orly Mercado. Ay, Senator Mercado, I'll turn to you again. Napanood nyo naman yung montage natin. No? Parang si Cheryl Cosin na-interview niya one of the few people, frankly, who got to interview the candidate Bongbong Marcos, now soon to be President-elect Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Sinabi niya, malinaw naman ang mga plano ko, malinaw naman, and so on. Do you agree, malinaw ba? I mean, is it clear to you what a Marcos presidency will look like?
Well, actually, my impression of their campaign, if I look back, reminded me of Reagan's campaign.
New Deal.
It's morning in America. Unity. And he gave a very positive message. And nag-click yun. It has been, they've tried to replicate it afterwards, but he was a brilliant communicator.
Yeah.
So you could also see there was strategy. And they really focused and used data analysis that helped them focus. We know what happened, but they were consistent
And disciplined.
and disciplined, and that's the reason why it was difficult to get them to debate about certain problems, etc. Because the message was hope.
Yeah.
Now is the time we want to be enlightened more.
Yes, but the key word was not hope, it was unity. If that's data-driven, I want to ask Professor Tayo, if that's data-driven, what did they see in the data that said, it's not hope, it's not that doesn't quite capture it, it's actually unity? What did they see?
Well, I can only second guess really why unity, because again, when we look at the politics in the country, it became polarized sometime 2010, I think. The political strategy of democracy icon, the late President Cory Aquino, was justifiably polarizing, mainly because she has to distinguish herself in the first place, and she has to start or restart government and democracy in the country. But when the San Noynoy took over, it was, I don't know really whether it's called for, because he was taking over from scandal-ridden administration of Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. But if there was anything that resonated really, is that parehong euphoric yung pag-take over nung nanay at nung anak, but as to how it turned out eventually, that also resonated to the people. So the messaging really is, again, to my mind, has to play out in the context. No? So, yung unity, I'm pretty sure is something that must have been a product of serious FGDs before and so on and so forth. No? So, perhaps, and again, I can only speculate that...
Kasi, I mean, not just, di ba? Parang hindi lang naman si Bongbong Marcos Yun din yung pinakampunto ni Isko Moreno Di ba? Parang yun din naman ang... Di ba? It was basically the same message and I would think it's coming from the same data that they're seeing.
Oo. Kasi nga, yun nga yung nangyari doon No? In fact, one of the reasons why this outgoing presidency has become very controversial is because we already have some kind of a mindset as to what kind of president are we expecting, what kind of personality, and then suddenly you elected a misogynist, you elected a foul-mouthed president. So it's really out of this world, no?
Which is ironic on the one hand na, there was another word that was earlier brought about, which is continuity.
Yeah.
Di ba? Which is ironic that on the one hand, you're promising continuity, but acknowledging, I don't know if this is fair to say, but acknowledging that over the past 6 years, unity became the problem. So you're trying to basically say, ipagpapatuloy ko, but that's the same government that caused a lot of division and a lot of hurt.
Yun yung maliwanag sa atin because wala namang ideological differences that are very clear.
Wala namang sasabing hindi ako pro-unity.
The rise of populism and the assault on the international liberal order can be seen also in, we're not exempt there. That's the reason why strongmen have become an attraction. And every now and
they're
then...
resurgent now.
The worst
But is that his promise? Hindi naman yun ang promise niya. In fact, he's saying hindi naman ako magiging diktador. And so on. And frankly, the son is not the father. Diba? And we've heard that so many times in this
No, but if you are Marcos Jr. running, hindi mo na kailangan ng implication Ang ibig sabihin talaga...
Reputation pa lang, brand pa lang.
Prominent name kasi historical.
So they had to redo.
That's right.
They had to recast. That. And we go back, talaga namang wala naman tayong sense of history.
Pero yun nga kaya hindi ko tinitrace lang dito sa outgoing administration yung problema ng unity. In fact, nag-resonate lalo ngayon precisely because what the outgoing president was trying to impress on us is that before, masyado ngang naging polarized. And that's why precisely I was saying there was so much expectations, but the delivery has not been really appreciated or well recognized. So yun doon nagkaroon ng disconnect. So also explains why the liberals lost not only in 2016, but they failed to elect even one of the senators in 2019. No, so to me that's the resounding explanation.
Okay. Teka, ituloy natin yung usapan na yan mamaya, but now joining us via Zoom is Partido Lakas ng Masa Vice Presidential Bet, Walden Bello. Good evening, Mr. Bello. Welcome po to the Chiefs.
Hi, Robbie. Good evening.
Kasama po natin, kasi bukang mag-isa ako dito, pero kasama po natin dito, Professor Edmund Tayaw, kasama rin po natin ang dating Senator Orly Mercado.
Oh, Orly, yes. Good, and Mr. Tayaw.
Sir,
hello.
Hello po. Anyway, I'll go straight to the point. Your main takeaway from this campaign and basically the results, it looks like we have a President-elect Marcos. Your takeaway from this campaign, notwithstanding that things are not yet official.
It does seem, from the data that Marcos has won the elections. However, there remains a number of questions regarding the breakdown of machines. And mukhang rami-rami yata yung nangyaring yon. But nevertheless, I think what we need to focus on at this point is the reasons why Marcos Jr. and Duterte won the elections apparently by a huge margin. And my sense is, that there are a number of explanations for this. Of course, I'm coming from, as you know, a partisan point of view. I think they were able to basically create an image via the internet of the Marcos years as golden years instead of years of nightmare.
Yeah.
And were able to project that to an electorate, more than 50%, which were either very small children during martial law or were born afterwards, so had no direct experience with the what Marcos really represented and the terror that occurred then. However, I would say that messages like that can only be effective if there is a base, of people that are already primed to receive that message. And I think here there was an audience that was primed to receive that had grown up during the 35 years of the EDSA period and had experienced little or no change in their conditions of life, but in fact, saw basically not only the corruption, but the crisis, the economic crisis that hit the country one after the other, and the continuing large number of people living in poverty and very great inequality. And also, I think, a sense that economically, the country's agriculture and manufacturing were in a very poor state, leaving people with no other choice but in order to get up in life, para lumabas na lang, mag-abroad. So ang sense ko lang, meron yung dissatisfaction na ganon among, especially yung mga young, and that sort of primed them for the Marcos.
Yeah, Professor, I'm sure all of those points are valid, especially the frustration and the disenchantment of people with the past 36 years. But let me ask you, one unfortunate thing is we're not really clear on what the economic agenda of a President Marcos is going to be. One, because he's really avoided all the debates, all the platforms. He has cherry-picked his interviews. He has refused to meet with media that he does not like or he does not favor or does not feel comfortable with. Over the past 6 months, did you get a sense of what the economic philosophy or strategy of Bongbong Marcos is going to be? And whether yes or no, what in the first 100 days would you take as a barometer of what the economic philosophy and strategy of a Marcos presidency is going to be?
Well, Robbie, this is precisely the problem because much as, many people prodded him to reveal an agenda, not only on the economic front, but also on the political front. It was very hard to get it from them, whether it was from Marcos or from Sara Duterte. And I think, that the one time, for instance, that Sara Duterte spoke up with an agenda which was mandatory military training, they received so much, she received so much flack from that after that, they were very, very cautious about revealing anything except motherhood statements. Of course, they will, as we saw from the clips earlier, panay motherhood statements of how they're good people and that sort of thing. So I tried, and certainly Leody de Guzman tried to push them to appear in the debate. And I even said that, in fact, the COMELEC had the power to force them into the debate. But despite all of those prodding, it didn't take place. And we had that last debate, that we were hoping would really take place and they would finally come to it. And then the COMELEC sort of, lost it, lost the ball in that. So the final opportunity for us to be able to extract something was not there. So this is a very worrisome situation.
Let me throw another example, because ang example po na pinili nyo is ito, yung the military conscription, and they sort of backed off and went quiet there. But I'll take one example, and let's just see how much you can read into it. No? The 20 pesos per kilo promise for rice. Obviously, a lot of people, the farmers especially, were already very quick to call that out. You don't need to be a mathematician or an agricultural economist to say that this is impossible. And granting that this is a populist line in the heat of elections that could win votes. But just try to divine through that. A populist president who is willing to make this promise, that frankly is going to be awkward. You can't just write that off. People are going to come with their recibos, di ba? Parang as soon as people are going to come, magkano na ang presyo ng bigas, and so on. So that's going to come back to roost, and people are going to be claiming on that. But how much can you extract from a promise, however you want to characterize that promise, from how Bongbong Marcos is looking at the economy and possible strategies? Like, how do you even bring it down to 20 pesos? You flood it with Chinese rice, you bring in subsidies and so on. In terms of subsidies, in terms of importation, what does that tell you? What is there is there anything there that we can parse in the economic thinking of a Marcos administration?
Well, there's really very little. I would imagine that that was sort of a rhetorical ploy that they were, pushed to under the circumstances when he said that. But I don't think there was a lot of thinking that went into that, and certainly no coherent economic strategy from which that would have emerged. So basically, we're in the dark as to what really is the economic strategy with respect, for instance, to agriculture and the Rice Tariffication Act, for instance, with respect to other commitments to the World Trade Organization, with respect to resolving the very, very serious problem of poverty that now afflicts over 25% of the population, or the very great problem of inequality, in which less than 5% of the population owns 50% or more of the wealth, or the big foreign debt problem, of over 11 trillion pesos at this point in time, which comes to about 60% of our gross domestic product. So all of these key economic issues we did not hear from Marcos. On the other hand, the other candidates had to come out with programs because they were in debates. And we saw how the debates were very productive as to pushing the candidates to come up with proposals. And so Marcos was not subjected to this, and I think the point was they felt that being subjected to that process would expose the fact that he and Duterte really had no economic program, so it was better not to tough it out and not to appear in the debates, because sa cost-benefit analysis nila, they would lose more than they would benefit by being exposed to the
It goes to something that Senator Mercado was saying, the discipline of the campaign of no talk, no mistakes. In the meantime, Professor Bello, unfortunately, this is all the time we have. We do want to greet you at the end of your campaign. Any final message, sir, for the people who supported you and the people who followed these elections?
Well, two things. When we entered, Calyori and I entered the fray, we had two objectives. One was to win the election, of course. And second, it was to popularize what we called our program of democratic socialism. And although we did not win the election, we were very much successful in reaching out to people with our program. And I think that was something that was a big win for the campaign. So now we are going to a new era, and as I have already wrote today, one is that I am definitely going to be part of the opposition. I certainly do not trust this coming government. It doesn't give me any reason for trust. And I began my campaign with 3 words, and this was "fuck you, Marcos," and I'm ending it also again with "fuck you, Marcos." And we're not going to let this administration off the hook. We will make sure, that it will be accountable for everything. And Robbie and Orly and others, you realize that this is an alliance of convenience, dynastic alliance of convenience between the Duterte and the Marcoses. And this is not probably going to last even a year, because we know, that dynastic alliances are so fragile. And so my sense about this is that we're going to have 6 years of real instability, because there is also a large part of the population that is not reconciled at all to Marcos becoming seen as a legitimate president.
Yeah.
I think you will see splits in government and even within the military. So I think that that's the kind of scenario that is that the country unfortunately has to look forward for, but I think progressive forces really should organize to be able to give an alternative to our people in the midst of the crisis that we are entering.
Okay. Professor Walden Bello, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat rin, Robbie. Thank you.
May nabanggit siya, na-intriga ako doon.
Pero hindi ba yung, I was thinking about the democratic space that they have, the leftists. As a consequence of, am I correct in my assumption that the leftist members of House of Representatives, the party list, have practically lost?
No. I can show you that later, but before I get to that, I want to ask something. Parang, in terms of the agenda of Marcos, and we grant all good faith that he wants to do a good job. But let's face it, ang daling sumbatan ni Marcos. Di ba? Every April, when we all pay our taxes, everybody is going to be saying, ikaw hindi ka nagbabayad ng estate taxes, di ba? Ang daling sumbatan. If he promises equal justice for everyone, an even hand, yung nanay mo, unahin mo, di ba? Hindi pa nga nakukulong. When he says, kulong ang mga kriminal, di ba? And I'm not trying to be glib here. I'm just being realistic here. Susumbatan siya anywhere he goes. And in fact, even if he could travel abroad in foreign missions, the international media is going to be, whether he goes for bilateral ties or any New Deal, diba, the international media is going to be on his, behind him, talking about their history. How does he govern, and how does he effectively separate the brand, as you said kanina, from his need and our need, frankly, for him to be able to effectively carry out an economic agenda.
Maybe we'll follow the admonition of Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. If you do not stop at barking dogs, so you'll reach your objective. Ganun na lang. Pag
So,
ganun
discipline pa rin.
Discipline pa rin.
Same thing that he did in the campaign, di ba? Parang tatawanan niya na lang kung ano, but I mean, it leaves it hanging as innuendo, and everybody knows. But the fact is, he did leave you to achieve his objective, di ba?
Well, yeah, that's why I was only, basing my comments on the supposed background, no, of the presumptive president. Kasi nga, whether you like it or not, your only handle is his being an experienced political leader. So, what I think can be highlighted is his emphasis on strengthening agriculture, giving support to the fisher folk, and so on and so forth. In other words, I'm inclined to think that if you're a pragmatic political leader, like the presumptive president, knowing also that marami kang mga kwan dyan ang tawag doon, yung mga landmines, so to speak, that you need to avoid. So you would like to focus first on those issues that's not very political, but can
just another
deliver.
concern that was brought up, di ba? Another strategy of his to keep focus is to basically not engage with media.
Hindi niya maiwasan siguro yan.
You think?
Yeah, I mean...
He has SMNI. I mean, let's face it, parang he won proving to everyone that I don't need traditional media.
Well, yes and no, because...
And then SMNI along with PTV becomes the token gesture na hindi. Hinarap ko naman yung media doon.
Alam mo, ako siguro talagang mas optimistic lang ako, no? Pero compared to 2004, for example, when former candidate, the late FPJ, talagang ni isang interview or debate talagang iniwasan niya. Ito kahit paano may DCRH, ayun na nga, you mentioned SMNI, there were interviews here and there, no? So at the very least, there was an attempt, at least, no? He may have cherry-picked, as you've mentioned, no? Those interviews or those outings in the media, but there was some communication that was made somehow.
Sige, Senator Orly, I'll bring up yung kanina yung tanong mo about the left, particularly in the House. And ito, I think we have to let's start first with an update on our party list, no?
These are the ones that made it.
These are the ones. ACT-CIS, tama ba ito yung kay Idol?
Yeah.
Di ba? Ito rin yung kay Tulfo rin yan. Dala rin yan ng Tulfo brand. ACT-CIS, Rider Party List, di ba? Riding basically not just on the mga nagmomotor but also COVID really put those two wheels high on everybody's minds. It represents livelihood, it represents movement, and it represents really safety, welfare, a lot of issues as well. But to your point, who's missing here? Di ba? Who's missing here?
Where is the democratic space for the left?
And that's the parang napansin nyo, wala dito ang bayan muna.
Yeah.
Wala ang bayan muna.
Migrante, Gabriela.
ACT teachers.
Yeah.
Di ba? Are not here as well. Gabriela, I think, is...
Yung kabataan at nakapasok.
Kabataan is still there. And, but that goes to your point. In the meantime, kabataan is still there. Di ba? But in the meantime, you've lost... Basically, the Makabayan bloc has really been weakened. Yeah. You can attribute that to red tagging. You can attribute that really to the relentless attacks by NTF-ELCAC, Malacanang, state agents, and so on. But that's really a big story here. Not just the parties who are here, but really one glaring group that is not here.
Now, is that really, this is unfortunate, you know. Why? Because largely, I'm reminded of LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who said it's better to have the opposition inside the tent pissing out than outside the tent pissing in. if you now remove them from the tent, they are not part now of
That's right.
a system that allows discourse and allows them to articulate their objectives without taking up arms. Because this has serious implications.
And
on
nobody's saying that
security.
this is a one-to-one parallel, but the Marcos name looms very large in the background here, di ba? I mean, not just ironic, but to that point, di ba, of yours, of the left being outside of the tent, pissing in, di ba? You have to bring back as well the emotion and the history and the baggage that comes with the fact that you have a Marcos for president again. Diba? Another thing that's quite curious, and also this is not Makabayan Bloc by any stretch, but one Pacman has also lost favor with our electorate. And ironically, one Pacman is the leader of the attempt to try to have a party list caucus
Bloc, yeah.
And bloc. Diba? So pati yun nawala. Professor Tayo, do you know what happened to one Pacman?
I have no idea really, but you know, at the end of the day, I haven't been really that into you know, the party list mechanisms and operations, because as I've always maintained, it has not been very consistent with what the Constitution supposedly provided. There are more questions really that is to be raised as you know, looking at the results here. No, so yeah, we one of the possible reasons really is that the relentless campaign against the left-oriented groups have really resonated. No, now whether that can be attributed plain and simple to the government campaign, or that they may have been able to show really a direct connection between the left representation in Congress and funding in the countryside, or you know, simply out and out recognition of collusion between them, is something that we should really consider, no? Pero yun na nga ang problema mo dito, yung traditional fiscalizer that you've always had at the House of Representatives is no longer there.
I mean, you're going to have the same, essentially, faces may change, but the supermajority will be there again. I mean, no illusions as well. Let's face it, the left was in bed with the supermajority as well earlier on. But to that point, they also did prove their viability as fiscalizers on key issues, and certainly towards the latter part of the Duterte administration. But this is why I think Senator Orly brought it up. Who are the fiscalizers? What's going to happen? That's why I wanted to play this game with you.
Teka, before I lose a thought, Roby, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
No, if you remember, Senator, and you know this personally, hindi comparable, pero former President Erap Estrada was also a very popular president when he won in 1998. And there was also supermajority at the House of Representatives. No? But even if you have the supermajority, pero yung presidency mo is very shaky, you're not able to maintain popular support. And by popular support really includes the public. No? Nagre-respond din yung House of Representatives as what happened with the former Speaker.
Well, you're going to have a majority president. Do we not automatically presume that he is a very popular president?
Yun nga, pero yun na nga eh. Kaya nga, ang sinasabi ko, if you will not be as pragmatic as I've been trying to imagine, and you mismanage and you put off people, early in your administration by, doing more personal an agenda, medyo mahihirapan ka.
Okay. Teka, gusto ko lang anuhin yung, match up, Match up pagkatapos, senators. I wanted to play this game with you, Senator Orly. Because ang tanong is, so kanina pinag-usapan natin House of Representatives, that's a big story that people could miss, di ba? Parang Makabayan Bloc really decimated you can attribute it to anything, but the bottom line is that changes something in the nature of the House of Representatives, notwithstanding the fact that it's still a supermajority and don't get us started. But to your 24 republics that a lot of people and a lot of politicians also put their faith in, that at the very least the Senate is not the House of Representatives, and supposedly these people have more independent minds. We are expecting a Marcos presidency. If these are the people we're now expecting, who do you expect to be the fiscalizers here? Who do you expect to be in the administration side, clearly opposition, and who are the swing votes here?
Well, it's difficult to speak for them, but I think it's very important for us to realize that our problems about political parties is really manifest here. We have been electing 24 senators since the 1935 Constitution, when we only have a few millions in population.
1949, Senator. That's the amendment to the 1935
Yes,
Constitution.
24
Yeah,
ang niyahala natin.
Yeah.
Kahit na ngayon 110 or 11 million na tayo, we
24
still have 24. But they are elected by the entire country.
That's right. Yeah.
And the philosophy there behind that is that their loyalties are not parochial. Their focus is not parochial. And they have a more strategic view of things, largely because of the fact that they are not tied down to...
Okay.
But it's not true. What you are going to have and what we have been seeing now lately are just bigger congressmen.
That's right. True.
Because of...
So what are you saying it's not true? Your own proposition that is 24 republics?
No, actually, it's difficult to... I cannot speak for them and say who is going to be with what.
I'm putting Risa here. I think you will agree with that.
Okay.
Opposition si Risa. But I think that starts the conversation. Sinong kasama ni Risa dito? Drilon is no longer there. Kiko is no longer there.
There will be disappointed people. When somebody is not appointed, there is disappointment.
Okay. Sige. Si Senator Orly kasi galing Senado eh. Kaya parang, didiretsuhin ko na lang Where is Alan Peter Cayetano? Let's recall the history between Alan Peter Cayetano and Bongbong Marcos, against whom he ran for vice president and really was going after Bongbong Marcos, ill-gotten wealth, the whole history of the Marcoses. In fact, I go so far as to say, as it was said yesterday, personalan yun, yung dalawang yun. Still, he is allied with President Duterte, obviously. Where do you anticipate the politics of Alan Peter Cayetano? Kayo nila, Professor Tayaw.
Alam mo, sabi mo, he's aligned with the President Duterte, but that's a very shaky alliance because there's a very significant factor in the Duterte alliance that's not very, close to or approving of Senator Cayetano. So having said that, and you mentioning the history, I'm inclined to think that he would be in the opposition.
Okay. Chis Escudero.
Sa akin, swing.
Swing.
Yeah. Together with Senator Sani Angara, because they have the institutional memory, and that if there's anything that will counter, the expected Senate, the common Senate interest of being quote-unquote independent, they will be the main figures there.
Okay, let's just do a few more just for people to get the point of the exercise. Grace po.
I think she will also be swing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Coco Pimentel, I think, will be opposition.
Will be opposition, Coco Pimentel?
Yeah.
Well, he did stand up for the PDP laban, however belatedly. Diba? But at the end of the day, he was clinging to the history, the legacy of his father. We can grant that.
Exactly.
Diba?
Exactly.
But always remember what Lord Acton said. There are no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. As long as the interests are the same, they are aligned or tangential, you are going to have alliances.
Okay, that said, we had fun with this yesterday, Senator Orly, and this time you have to play this game. Bongo.
That's going to be interesting. You know, when I...
Okay, teka muna. Why is it interesting and why is it not a straightforward answer?
Because aside from being senator, he had other powers in the last
6
or
years.
in this. Now, I
Particularly
don't know.
having the ear of President
Yes.
Duterte.
I don't know if that is still there or will still be there in the same form. I'm sure not. But you know, there are many permutations and combinations that can happen.
So,
So I put it on a swing.
okay. Okay, sige. But everybody else, you will presume, are essentially administration? B9, Nancy.
Nancy may be opposition.
Okay. Idol Rafi is going to be, we did ask him,
Yeah, and-
Idol baka sabihin mo, hindi kita pinakinggan. Idol Rafi, for the record, said he will be swing. But what do you think?
Well, he ran as an independent, and he was neither in any of the list, as I remember. And the inclination, if I remember it right, is more with the VP Lenny. So
Okay.
it could be swing.
Robby, may kukwento lang na ako sa sabihin ko
Sige,
sa...
balik na lang ako dito. But anyway, people get the point of the exercise. That this is, it's fun. I'll say it for Orly Mercado. Hindi natin gagawing resibo yan.
Okay.
He still has friends to meet, to have lunch with. And,
No, but the point there is, ganito lang yan eh. Pag ikaw nahalal na senador, national, you were elected by the entire country, you have millions of votes, you begin to hear voices that have no bodies, disembodied voices. And sinasabi sa iyo, ikaw ang tagapagligtas ng bansa. Ikaw ang susunod na presidente. That has to play part of where you're going to be in the next 6 years.
True.
okay. Si Senator Orly, narinig niya yan so many years ago, joined the Senate. Now he's joining us again and we're waiting for a Marcos presidency.
Oh, and the thing about my advice to the senators, the new senators, is that when you hear these voices, it's okay. But do not have running conversations with these voices.
Huwag kang sasagot.
Huwag niyong kausapin.
Okay, maraming salamat. That was Senator Orly Mercado, Professor Edmund Tayaw. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for keeping me company.
Salamat.
And on behalf also of all the other chiefs, maraming salamat. We will just pause for a break. The chiefs will be right back. the Chiefs here on One News. Now joining us via Zoom is former Senator Joseph Victor or JV Ejercito. Good evening, sir, and welcome to the Chiefs.
Good evening, Rob.
And congratulations po.
Thank you. It's not yet official, but it seems that I have already a comfortable lead or cushion from to the number 13 slot. So most likely I'll be proclaimed very soon.
Mukhang safe naman po. We have, I think, 98% of the transmitting, and that's what we're basing it on. I think you're number 10, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, we have been talking about this. Magbabalik po kayo sa Senado. Ano po ba mga trabahong naiwan nyo doon na pinanggigigilan nyo ng balikan?
Well, actually, Rob, I have to be honest with you. No, this has been probably the most difficult fight in my political career. No, number one, I was not prepared funding-wise because I just ran 2019, and then I'm not with the two major presidential teams. Wala akong stage na tinutuntungan or a big crowd. Last but not the least, of course, my dilemma always. My brother is also running. No, so these are three big factors. But I decided to go for it because of my universal healthcare law, which I principally sponsored, which is a work in progress. No, na I really do want to oversee its proper implementation. So that's now my major and number one priority on why I really want to be back in the Senate.
Okay. Nabanggit niyo po yung hirap ng kampanya niyo, nabanggit niyo po. You didn't necessarily have any of the major teams having you. Where does that put you in the incoming Senate if we were to simplify it between pro-administration, opposition, and swing votes? Where would we situate you?
Well, Robbie, probably because I was elected as, I would say, an independent. So I'm thinking about being in the swing vote, or it depends. Because if in the Senate, whoever you vote for, no? If in case the one you vote for Senate President wins, then you'll be with the majority. And if the one loses, then automatically you'll be with the minority. But you can also choose to be independent, to be the swing vote.
Notwithstanding itong, like you said, oversimplification of trying to put people in different camps, malaking tema po ngayon, and not just because that was the campaign theme of President-elect Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Pero yung usapin ng unity, napakalaking usapin. Lahat naman ng eleksyon is really, of course, almost by definition, very divisive in our country. Yes. Ano po ang papel ng Senado? Ano po nakikita niyong kailangang gampanan? Hindi lang ng Senado, ng Kongreso, para maghilom at saka para mabigyan naman ng pagkakataon ng mga tao, not just for unity but also to continue and hopefully to progress?
Well, I think President-elect who would be Bongbong Marcos enjoys probably the biggest majority probably ever in the history. And the Senate will always be known as the fiscalizer, no? The last bastion, as always, no? Character of the Senate has always been independent, no? But I'm sure that the institution will be pro-development, no? But in case there are times that we have to make our stand or position known, if there are things that are not, that we see that are not really doing well, we have to speak out. No, that has been the character of the Senate. So, but I think especially now that the President Bongbong Marcos has the big majority, I think everybody will really be very supportive, especially in the first few months.
Okay. Senator JV, wala tayong marahabang na oras ngayon. Maybe you'd like to have a message for the people who supported you and people who basically took part in our elections.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everybody. It has been a difficult fight. It's not easy running independently. So many factors. But thank you very much for all those who believed in me, for those who volunteered, who made the sacrifices. I think it's really may tulong dito sa taas. I'm really happy with my position right now, my standing, given the circumstances and the situation and the challenges that I had to endure during the campaign. And I would like to thank the people for giving me this mandate again and for the chance to be able to serve the people once again. So I'd like to thank everybody. Mabuhay po.
Okay, Senator-elect JV Ejercito, sir, maraming salamat po. And congratulations.
Thank you, Rami. Thank you.
And now joining us in this last segment of our discussion are Professors Victor Andres Dindomanhit, founder and managing director of Strat-Based Group, and Professor Ranjit Rai, research fellow of Octa Research. Good evening and welcome back to the Chiefs, Dindo and Ranjit.
Good evening.
Ranjit, nakamute ka pa yata. Nakamute pa
Good
yata.
evening to Dindo and Robbie and to all our televiewers.
Okay, let me start by asking you this, Ranjit, because you are an interested party here. The elections looks like it is ultimately reflecting what the polls said. In the final weeks, the polls became a character itself and a player itself in these elections. What do you think? What is the takeaway here for the polling industry, and what should be the takeaway here for the public as well, as we basically conclude these elections?
Well, I think that the idea of public opinion research has been validated. The science that underlies the polls that are conducted, specifically by SWS, Pulse Asia, and Octa. And I'm singling these institutions because the methodology we use is almost similar. The design that we use is similar. We have different weights, and we use different teams that do the work at the field level. But then again, this particular type of public opinion research was validated by the results that are coming out. While they are partial, unofficial, they do point to the fact that surveys are reliable and that they are useful tools for understanding public opinion in the country.
Dindo, what happens now? I mean, let's go straight to discussing the options now, particularly for Leni Robredo. Yesterday, her speech to her followers seemed very, very magnanimous, of course, very sincere. It was conciliatory and so on, but it really stopped short of conceding. And then we wake up to this day and a lot of the headlines and a lot of the chatter on social media is about looking if there is, not directly attributed to Vice President Leni Robredo, but a lot of chatter about seeing if there's any basis to question or to process. What do you make of this at the end of the day? On the one hand, she's conciliatory, she's magnanimous, she's telling the people to respect what she says seems like the people have spoken. She said that much yesterday, but stopping short of conceding, and then this chatter.
I think this is the result of building a campaign driven by volunteers. And as it evolves, you would see some of these noises not coming directly from VP Leni. The energy that she has generated this past few months, this past few weeks, and when you look at the numbers, I think she might even hit higher than, or the upper level of the surveys, which is maybe 26, 27%. That's quite high compared to where she started in October. Now the challenge is where to bring that energy. And maybe after that is, can you sustain that energy with your volunteers, with your supporters? This is just the day after. What if we start really going back to our day-to-day life, and can they really sustain this? Do they have the time? Easy to say that now, but to fight and to put into a situation an incoming administration that might or will be seen as legitimately elected with such a mandate, that would really be the challenge. But it takes, that's what democracy is. It is good for us really at the end of the day. When you, this kind of groups that might evolve coming out of the 2022 election.
Okay, and I do want to get into that, but right now, before that, ayoko lang bitawan this current moment because it's maybe am I making too much of a big deal here of, that's not quite a concession, right? It's not a categorical concession. I don't think anybody will call it a concession, but as you pointed out, look, it's only been 1 day. At the same time, it has been 1 day. Do you make anything out of that? Do you read anything into that on what's going on in the Leni Robredo camp?
I'm not really reading beyond what I hear from her. The noise and the chatter are really coming more from groups within her camp, which is, I don't think, official in nature. So I would simply await what are her next steps.
Okay.
But the challenge now is to look at the results. Maybe they would like to wait for the official process to start. So it's something that we simply need to wait. And I trust the next steps that they will take will really be good also for Philippine democracy as we go into really accepting a new administration, given the results that we have seen.
Okay. Now, before we get into, and like I said, we will get to that, what are the options for Leni Robredo? What are the options for the pink movement? How do you imagine this evolving, if at all? But before we get to that, I just want to get back to the numbers that we're seeing, not the surveys anymore, but whatever numbers you can access from the servers and from the elections, from the president on down to party list to local. Are there any storylines that we're missing here? Everybody's, of course, looking for different angles, different stories. Bongbong Marcos returning, the Marcos returning, of course, is the biggest storyline. What happens to Leni is another storyline. But are we missing anything from the numbers that you have been looking at?
I think it's now time for the public to accept that the true strength of the Marcos campaign is really when the unity between the Marcos and the Duterte forces really combined themselves. And it really became a very powerful coalition that was not able to be dismantled by the other side, because what we saw on the other side was really separate campaigns happening. But we have to give credit, as I've said, to the campaign of VP Leni, rising from 8% to where they are now, while the rest of the other presidential campaigns simply collapsed.
It's been framed by many people as machinery versus movement.
Yes.
What do we learn now are the strengths and weaknesses of either side, machinery versus movement?
What you saw that will come out as victorious, Robbie, is the traditional local political machine coalescing with one another and delivering the votes for Mr. Marcos. But on one hand, you see the energy of a veteran, of a volunteer-driven campaign that might need more time or needed more time really to reach a certain level. So, and also to be more inclusive. They need to go beyond. Something that I noticed when I tried to track both meeting the Avance, by being in both areas, trying to understand it, you really feel the energy in the VP Leni meeting the Avance. But one thing noticeable, especially for me, since I've been involved in campaigns for decades, is that I did not see really what I call the critical sector, the social class D that I always emphasize. I did not feel that in the VP Leni meeting the Avance, and that was a cause of concern for me last Saturday.
Yeah.
You might say that you saw that, or we will see that, or we saw that if you track the meeting the Avance of Senator Marcos Jr., but then you would see it very organized. It means, is it possibly that these were basically being delivered by local political leaders? So that's a contrast. No? Where do we go from here? Really?
Yeah. Professor Rai?
I take a different view altogether. No, well, yes, I mean, it's easy to dichotomize between machinery and movement when in actuality, all campaigns require some sort of social movement to back them up. No? In fact, this particular election reinforces the role of social movements. and only two campaigns were able to create movements around them. Sa Tagalog, hindi lang sila kandidato, kilusan na rin sila. And that was the campaign of Marcos Duterte and Lenny and Kiko. Okay, so it's not true. It was just machinery. It can't be just that. Especially in the Marcos win, this is more than just machinery.
But
In fact,
Professor
machinery,
Ray,
in my view, Rob, just to let me finish this, may not have been as big a factor as the movements around that campaign. 60%, nearly 60% of the electorate voted for a particular team. This is phenomenal, no? And maybe it will be hard to just isolate it between machinery and movement, because I think both campaigns had it.
yeah, but and that was actually going to be my point, because you made the point na no, it's not true na machinery lang, kailangan ng movement. But my question was really about the other side. It was clearly a movement that evolved. Some people will say belatedly, some people say, they can say whatever, but it's genuine. The energy was palpable. It was real. People could really feel something that they couldn't put their finger on, but clearly that's a movement. But the question was to that. Was it a movement with a palpable and very clear machinery?
That I think is the key problem. It was a movement that was belated. That's I think a fair thing to say. It was still peaking. I think it's just peaking right now. So that's why it may be the end of VP Lenny's campaign, but certainly it's not the end of that movement. And if people can make it more coherent and provide a leader, it will continue on after May 9, obviously. Yes, the machinery was lacking. And you can see from the way the vote was spread all over the country. It's almost all regions voted in favor of the unit team. And it was a significant win from north to south. And you cannot understand that without understanding the fact that machines were important in providing. But we have to give it to the Filipino voters also. That's why I emphasize agency and movement. There was a movement behind the BBM campaign. It was not as in real terms, in real life, as noisy and as organized and as coherent and articulate as the movement that characterized VP Lenny's, but it did exist. Oh yes, it's a hodgepodge of different groups. Others partly there because of identity, Ilocano, loyalist, pro Duterte. Others were there because they simply were, convinced by the narrative of unity. And others were actually there because, at least the survey results show this, were there and supporting BBM and Sara, largely because he would provide continuity and stability. The continuity and change narrative, I think, is a very useful narrative to explain how things evolved eventually. And people voted for them because they would continue the programs of the administration. So, it's a large movement, not as articulate as the movement of VP Lenny's, but there was, no?
But Dindo, I mean, still on that movement of VP Lenny, sabi nga ni Ranjit, the way he phrased it, if I got it right, no, this is a movement, he said, that is still peaking. Tapos na yung election, but you could sense that, but I sense that, there's a potential there to keep going. Is there a risk there for that movement to just end with yesterday? Is there a risk for that to actually either stopping in its tracks or getting diffused or getting scattered and basically going by the wayside?
How do you sustain beyond the election is the challenge for this group. Because with the election, you had a target. You had a reason to be together. You have certain objectives. You wanted some results. Of course, both did not happen. But that's now the challenge to this movement, given the energy. They might have the energy now, but will they have it 2, 3 weeks, 1 month, 5 months from now? And I think that's also the dilemma of VP Lenny. That's why her statement was crafted that way last night.
Is there a dilemma at this point? And going back to my earlier point, do you sense that there is a dilemma to essentially accept the results as we're seeing it now, or to in fact challenge it? Is that a real debate going on right now? And if it is, in any form, at any level, deciding either way, will that have risks and benefits for this movement and the direction of this movement and the focus of this movement?
Me, I trust that the official VP Lenny campaign would trust the process, which is, in this case, what we saw is this unofficial partial count, but also we'll look at the PPCRV as another source if there will jive with the unofficial partial count, and we'll wait for the process in Congress. Because at the top of the leadership, the campaign is really people who understand the process that it has to go through the legislature also. So I think they would, maybe that's stopping them from having a definite concession, waiting for the process to happen. And then this will be driven by certain data that will arrive, that will either jive with each other, unless there is really that discrepancy. No, but I don't think there is, as we trust the system and the process that happened last night.
Professor Ranjit, yung pink movement, if it's to continue and if it needs a leader, does that leader have to be Lenny? Can it only be Lenny, or can you actually imagine the pink movement moving forward na hindi necessarily si Lenny?
Yeah, it could be either. It would be nice if she would stay on a little more. But then again, that movement is made up of communities, and there are lots of leaders that can be recruited from that movement. I agree with Dindo. I mean, they're just waiting for the official process to end, and maybe give time for them to think less about VP Lenny, and more about how they're going to commandeer this growing movement that they've started. And I'm hopeful, because they have allies. Risa Ontiveros won. There's so many other mayors and governors who are allied to them, who can help in harnessing this voter activism, and molding it into a real social movement with causes that go beyond just the causes that they fought for in the election. And really contribute to this larger discourse of broadening and deepening democracy. And I think, the more that they harness this movement, the more that movement will have a voice in the transition process. Hindi lang siguro, kasi kung malaki yung movement na yan, and please take note, the data that Okta came out with in April 22 and 25, estimated the vote for VP Lenny to only be about 25%. She has gone beyond that, Rob. She has done very well with the limited resources and against all odds.
Yeah.
She's now peaking at 20, most likely trending at 20, or tracking at 28%. So she's going to end up with around 15 million votes, or more or less, no?
Yeah.
And that's near her own record in 2016. And that's a huge movement, no? Of people who are committed. As you say, they're not just authentic, they're voluntary. And in a sense, this movement will have an impact in the transition. And kung hindi makikinig ang bagong administrasyon, mahihirapan din sila. Kasi itong movement to ready na, no? So kailangan hindi lang makinig ang bagong administrasyon, dapat pakinggan itong bagong kilusan na to na nabubuo. So importante how to sustain this, no? And I'm sure they're thinking about it also.
Okay, Professor Rai, Dindo, steady lang kayo. We'll just take a break. The Chiefs will be right back. You're still watching The Chiefs. Ako po si Robbie Alampayat. Kasama ko pa rin po Professor Dindo Manhit, founder and managing director of StratBase, and Professor Ranjit Rai, research fellow of the Octa Research Group. Profs, I'll pick up on something that Professor Ranjit said, that from the last survey of Octa, which is basically the final week of April, until we had the elections, tumaas pa yung numbers ni Leni Robredo, representing picked up a few more million votes. And something that also a lot of people took note of, Kiko Pangilinan surged to second place. No? So tumaas pa. So ang question ko is, does that mean that the house-to-house, last-minute house-to-house push worked?
Yes, it's possible that as they learn from the surveys, even though there were questions about surveys the whole campaign season with their team, I think there was this house-to-house, organized house-to-house at the volunteer level, and even I think from the campaign level. That's what I heard. So imagine if they really started their campaign from that level, and also maybe could have been more strategic in the sense that I've always believed that one of the mistakes of the campaign was really from the volunteers themselves when they start attacking other candidates like Moreno or Pacquiao. Those votes went to Marcos. No, I kept on saying that. So, but what we see is really a campaign that, because of its energy, was able to deliver votes more than what our survey says. So, but imagine if they learned really from the survey early on, even at the start of the campaign period, and use that as a guide instead of using it really as a punching bag when the results were not as good as they expected.
And Professor Rai, we're taking that insight as lessons looking back, diba? Had they started earlier and so on. But I think you were also making the point of, in terms of, this is still peaking. If you take this lesson and then apply it looking forward, what could this potentially mean?
Well, it could mean so many things, no? If you're talking about the movement that's now slowly evolving, Rob, it could mean so many things. It could mean the base of a newly re-energized liberal party. It could be, be a people's movement that will hold the government accountable. It may not have any leader, although it's very hard to do to sustain something like that. It could be, part of broader movements, no, to hold the incoming administration accountable to their own government program or platform. So ang daming pwedeng mangyari. Pwede nga rin siyang maging party list. Ang daming pwedeng mangyari, Jerobe. Actually, sana ma-harness itong voter activism that has emerged into something coherent and useful, no? It's not yet a full-blown movement the way I understand it in a political science sense, no? It's still in the campaign mode. It can transition into a social movement that I think, in my view, should focus on two things. One is good governance and broadening and deepening democracy. So these are the things that can be the rubric, no, for this post-election, transition from a campain to a people's movement. And there's so many people in that group that are experts in managing social movements. I'm sure they're talking about it. Of course, on the flip side, sinasabi ng mga ibang kasama ko sa ibang political camps, natalo na eh. Wala na magsusugal dyan.
Yeah.
Pero that's precisely what's wrong about that thinking, is that this wasn't just about VP Leni.
Yeah.
It was about a set of values, a vision for society. These were ideas broader than the electoral campaign, no? and I think can be a basis for collective action even after the elections.
Okay, just something else that you said kanina, Professor Rai, that I want to pick up on. You made the point about Leni Robredo. Still, the fact is you now have she not only picked up a few more million voters, but if you were to even to take that out, you essentially have even granting for new voters and so on, and taking that out, you would presume what? A base of what? 13 to 15 million Filipinos who have now essentially voted for her twice. Once when she ran for vice president, now when she ran. So I mean, I call them Leninists. Mga hardcore Leninists that she can count on anytime she runs. She can run for Senate in 3 years. At the same time, that's a real base for her to build upon, di ba?
Yeah, I agree. Consolidating that vote will be very important. Helping it become part of a broader social movement is even better. But the thing is, kailangan i-corral talaga yung boto na yan. No? If there's something she learned from 2016, hindi niya na masyado na-replicate yun in many places in the country. But now she has this base of around 15 million votes, no, and was quite impressive in our view because the first week of April, Okta came out with its reading at 22%. In the last week of April, she moved up to 25%. One could argue that was not significant, but really the jump is actually from 22 to 28%. So all the house-to-house, including the collapse of the ISCO campaign, the Okta record is almost 100%. No, we got it right as far as the numbers for the president and vice president. Where we got it wrong was really we weren't able to project the collapse of the Isko Moreno campaign. Our last tracking of him was around 7-8%, and he's even lower than that now. No, and we feel that a big chunk of the votes went to BBM and to Leni, which explains the jump also to some extent.
Okay, final question to you. Final question to you, Dindo. Yung sinabi kanina ni Ranjit, do you agree? We keep talking about the Marcos and Duterte campaign as a machinery, but do you look at it as a movement? Is that in fact a movement at this point?
Maybe I agree on the concept of a movement as raised by Ranjit. Maybe the difference on my part is my engagement with some of these groups. I knew it was the machine. I will not say it in TV. I will the words like the in ang term namin dyan, as someone who has run campaigns. There's really an effort to bring it to the level of more than 50% when they saw this broad coalition, especially after Bongo stepped down in December. And that for me was machine. That's not a movement. And even the bosses that I saw in the unit team gathering in their meeting, the Abance, that's not a movement. That's machine.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Dindo Manhit and Ranjit Rai. And thank you for helping us cover these elections over these past few months. Maraming salamat. Of course, makikita pa rin tayo sa The Chiefs.
Maraming salamat, Dindo. Good night. Good night.
Salamat.
Thank you. Salamat.
We'll pause for one more break. The Chiefs will be right back. Welcome back, the Chiefs. Ed, welcome back, the Chiefs.
Ay, nandito pala the Chiefs. nandito na ako eh. Pag ganon tayo.
Magic! No, welcome back, the Chiefs. Kasama ko po ulit si Ed Lingao ng One News. We're here at the Data Monitoring Center in Mandaluyong. Napakahabang
It's been a long 2 days, along 3 months of a campaign.
Bilangin mo pa yung panahon pa ng COC?
COC was in October, November, December, 3 months plus 5 months, 8 months.
Bilangin mo pa yung hanggang nag-martial noong 1972?
A reference ko is 86 eh. So that's 36 years from 86. Ba't mathematics na pinag-usapan natin?
pero ito naman, di ba? Parang in the course of just, well, not just 48 hours, but in the course of this campaign, we've really gone back all the way to 1986. When you're in 1986, inevitably you have to go back to 1972,
way
1965, and so on. Then
At
we don't.
kabit lahat eh.
No, di ba? We don't just get to this point ng ganun-ganun lang.
And we are finally at this point. It's a new era, but you don't get to a new era without, of course, looking back to what happened, to what has happened, and what still has to happen.
And in the meantime, we also look forward. We still don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. There are still some questions hanging, but nandito lang po kami. This has been a special coverage for everyone, really looking at the not just the winners, but the issues that dictated this campaign. And then beyond that, we just had a wonderful conversation. Kanina nandito ka with Orly Mercado, with Edmund Tayaw, and then kanina Dindo and Ranjit are good friends.
Yeah, and I can see you had fun with the touchscreen.
And also just speculating on what will happen, not just to the winners, but even some of the people who did not necessarily win, but have a lot of options and a lot of questions and challenges for them in the coming days.
Ako, Fan, clearly we see a mandate. And it's a magnificent mandate. But mandates are given, but I think it's also important to remember that whatever mandate is given, the facts are the facts. History is history, and the mandate does not change that.
Hopefully, we get to have a conversation.
Well,
with
certainly.
the president-elect, and hopefully, one of the takeaways was really we never got the chance to have that direct conversation with President-elect Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Hopefully, now that he is there beyond the discipline of his campaign, however you want to frame it, but hopefully we will have that conversation. We get to have these questions, and certainly over the next 6 years, this will continue to be questions and conversations that we would like to have, not just with the President, but every one of you, everybody watching in, and lahat ng ating kasama sa sambayanan.
And it's been a polarizing few weeks and few months. Maybe it's time that we channel this passion towards something really productive. It doesn't necessarily mean always supporting certain candidates or certain people, but simply supporting this country.
Okay. Sige. Tuloy-tuloy lang po. Tuloy-tuloy lang po ang ating pagmamatsyag. At siyempre, hindi po natatapos dito. But we would like to thank everybody who was involved in these elections, all the journalists, the producers, the cameramen, the interns, people manning the technology side, everything. Too many to mention. Maraming salamat on behalf of the Chiefs. Ako po si Robbie Alampay. This has been the Chiefs Beyond Election Day, and the special edition also wraps up our 43 pa, hindi pa 48-hour ano to.
Huwag mo nang dagdagan.
Sabihin na lang natin, 48-hour election coverage. Hindi naman nila alam yun eh. Hindi nila alam.
Gusto mo alas 5 tayo matapos?
The special election coverage of One News. Tandaan niyo po, hindi natatapos ang ating tungkulin bilang mga Pilipino sa pagtatapos ng bilangan. At ang pagbabago ng Pangulo, hindi katumbas ng pagbabago ng kasaysayan. Maging mapagbatyag at maging bukas sa pagbusisi sa mahalagang issue. Ako po si Robbie Alampay.
Stay tuned here in One News as we continue to cover the counting of your votes and the preparations for the transition of administrations. I'm Ed Lingao. We are One News. This is Bilang Pilipino 2022. All sides, all the time.